Okay, okay, okay. Fine. See, see, ഇതൊരു മസ്റ്റ് അല്ല ഇതൊരു അതായത് ടൈം സേവിംഗ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ കാരണം 530 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഒരു ടീമിന് 2500 പോയിന്റ് 16 ടീം ഇവിടെ പല വർഷങ്ങളായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് പറയാം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ന് ആർക്കും 1 മണി കഴിയാതെ 2 മണി കഴിയാതെ വീട്ടിൽ പോകാൻ പറ്റും ഓക്കെ എന്റെ അനുഭവത്തിന്റെ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്നെക്കാട്ടും പ്രായവും എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും പക്ഷെ ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ എന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിൽ വെച്ച് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് 530 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് 16 ടീം 2500 പോയിന്റാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് 2 മണി കഴിഞ്ഞത് സമയം 8 ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇതിനിടയിൽ ഒരു ഡിന്നർ ബ്രേക്ക് ഉണ്ട് 2 മണി കഴിയാതെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കും കുടുംബത്തെത്താൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ സജഷൻ വെച്ചത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആക്സെപ്റ്റബിൾ ആണെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം ഇതൊരിക്കലും നിൽക്കത്തില്ല ജവാബ് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ടീമും 400 വിട്ട് പൊക്കിയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഫ്രം 20 ഒരു ഇതുമില്ല പക്ഷെ ബ്ലാക്ക് ആൻഡ് പറയും എനിക്ക് ജവാബിന് 500 പോയിന്റ്സ് ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കാൻ റെഡിയാണ് വൈ ടു ബിഡ് ഫ്രം 20 to 500 unnecessary അല്ലേ അങ്ങനെ ആ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി യുവർ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ആ പ്ലെയർ വരുമ്പോ വീട്ടില് എന്നുള്ളതെല്ലാം നിങ്ങളുടെ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ആണ് അതേപോലെ നിങ്ങൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഓപ്ഷനിൽ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് അവൈലബിൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കമ്മിറ്റിയിൽ ഇൻഫോം ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ടൂർണമെന്റിന്റെ 3 ദിവസം മുന്നേ വരെ കമ്മിറ്റി ലോക്കിട്ട് വേറെ പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ അലോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും ആ ലോക്കിട്ടുള്ള പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് നേരത്തെ സെലക്ട് ആയിരിക്കും ഇതിനെ കുറിച്ച് കൂടുതൽ ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കമ്മിറ്റിയിൽ ഒപ്പിച്ചു ആപ്പിന്റെ ലിങ്ക് ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസി ഗ്രൂപ്പിലുണ്ട്
Hello.
Franchising group. The lights. Screen കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ? Okay ആണോ? Lights dim. There's a lights dim ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ camera live പ്രശ്നമാണ്. Yes. So let's have the first player of tonight. It's 355 Justin George. Anything for Justin? Yes. 20. Be positive. 40. Entry. 60. Sharp. Any more base? 60 for 1. 80. Yummy. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 100. Be positive. 120. Sunscreen. 120 sunscreen. 120 for 1. 120 for 2. And 120 for 3. Player sold to sunscreen for 120 points. So the bidding speed ആയിരിക്കും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് പെട്ടെന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് കൊടുക്കുക. Okay. And as I said, my eyes will dictate the auction. So it's up to my. The next player, Vaishak Vijay, 384. 84 Vaishak. 20, Travis. 20 for 1. 20 for Arokya. Enemy for Arokya, 20. B positive 40. Seashore 60. Control Sagrada. 80. Marbu. 100. Control Sagrada. 100. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 120 Colosseum. 140 Sanskriti. 160 Gitigan. 160 Gitigan. 160 for 1. 160 for 2. 180 Sanskriti. 180 for 1. 180 for 2. 180 for 3. Players sold to Sanskriti for 180 points. Next player, Riyas Rahman. Any before Riyas Rahman? No before Riyas Rahman. Player sold. Next player, please. Ramesh Raja. Any before Ramesh Raja? 20 Marble. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Player sold. Sorry, player sold to Marble. Next player, CR. Any before CR? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Next player, Shuhei GK. Entry for Shuhei. 20, Colosseum 40, Sean 60, Travis. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 80, Sanskrit. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to Sanskrit for 80 points. Next player, Chandan Kumar Shah. Any bid for Chandan Kumar Shah? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Next, Muthu. Any bid for Muthu? 20 Shah. 40 Travis, 60 Kulasek, 80 Kanur. 100 B positive, sorry. 100, 120 Kanur. 140 Travis. 140 Travis. Any more bids? 160 Shah. 180 Travis. 180 Travis. Any more bid? 180 for 1. 220 Shah. 220 Shah. Any more bids? 240 Sanskrit. 240 Sanskrit. 240 for 1. 240 for 2. 240 for 3. Players sold to Sanskrit for 240 points. Next player, Shafiq. Any bid for Shafiq? 20 Marco 40. Travis 60 Kanur. 80 Shah. 100 Travis. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 120 Shah. 140 Travis. 140 for 1. 140 for 2. 160 Shah. 180 Travis. 180 for 1. 180 for 2. 180 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 180 points. Unperson. Next player. Any bid for Unperson? No bid for Unperson. Player sold out. Next player, Nihar. Any bid for Nihar? No bid for Nihar. Player unsold. Next player, Shajiruma. Any bid? 20. Seashore. 40. Shark. 60. Seashore. 80. Travis. 100. Seashore. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 100 for 3. Player sold to Seashore for 100 points. Next player, Jitesh. Any bid for Jitesh? No bid for Jitesh. Player unsold. Abdul Baki. New player. Any bid for Abdul Baki? No bid for Abdul Baki. Player unsold. Abid. Any bid for Abid? No bid for Abid. Player unsold. Akif Nabi. Any bid for Akif Nabi? Player unsold. Rahul Rajaraman. Rahul Rajaraman. Any bid for Rahul? No bid. Player unsold. Khalifa. 20 Babu. 40 Yamin. 60 Babu. Make it faster. 80 Yamin. 100 Black Cat 120 Seashore. 140 Yamin. 160 Ecofresh. 180 BT Gang. 200 Ecofresh. 220 Travis. 240 Udupi. 260 Travis. 260 Travis. 280 Babu. 300 Kannur Kadura. 350 Udupi. 400 Travis. 450 Shah. 500 Travis. 550 Sanskrit. 550 Sanskrit. Any more bids? 550 for 1. 550 for 2. 600 Travis. 600 for 1. 600 for 2. And 650 Sanskrit. 650. 650 for 1. 650 for 2. 700 Travis. 700 for 1. 700 for 2. 750 Sanskrit. 750. Travis, now you want to bid. 750. 750 for 1. 750 for 2. And 750 for 3. Player sold to Sanskrit for 750 points. Playing from Abu side. Next player, Deepesh Pillai. Any bid for Deepesh Pillai? No bid. Player unsold. Next player, Camille Valiagan. Any bid? Marble, 20 points. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players over to Marble for 20 points. Jan Pandey. Yes. 20 Travis, 40 Kanu. 60 Travis, 80 Kanu. 100 Travis, 120 Kanu. 140 Travis, 140 Travis. Any more bids? 160 Kanu. 180 Travis, 180. Any more bids? 180 for 200 calls here. 200 for 1, 200 for 2, and 200 for 3 players. So what the calls here for 200 points. Young Pandey. Next player, please. Banu. Any bid for Banu? Seems like no bid player answer. Zainul Abid Khair. Any bid for Zainul? No bid player. Yes. 20. And 3 times bid for 20 points. Can we go back? If not, please note it. And 3 times 20 points. Any more bids for this player? Because we have to note it down. No bid, right? So 20 for 1, 20 for 2, and 20 for 3. Players sold 2 and 3 tigers. അതൊന്ന് നോട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മൾ അത് കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തത് ഓക്കെ നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ ആബിദ് റഹ്മാൻ എനി ബിഡ് ഫോർ ആബിദ് റഹ്മാൻ 20 Sanskriti 20 for 1 20 for 2 20 for 3 players sold to Sanskriti for 20 points. Next player Shami any bid for Shami no bid for Shami player unsold. Next player Jinju any bid for Jinju 20 Colosseum 40 Shan 40 for 1 40 for 2 40 for 3 players sold to Shan for 40 points. Next player Liquid KP 20 Kannur 40 Seashore 60 Yummy 80 Eco Fresh 100 Udupi 120 Kannur 120 Kannur 140 beating at 160 Kannur 160 for 1 180 Colosseum 200 Paris 220 Udupi 220 for 1 240 Kannur 240 for 1 240 for 2 260 Colosseum 260 for 1 260 for 2 260 for 3 players sold the Colosseum for 260 points. Next player Benny Raj. Any bid for Benny Raj? No bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Rashid. Any bid for Mohammad Rashid? No bid. Player unsold. Next player, please. Shamim Sadi. Any bid for Shamim Sadi? 20. Marble 40. Colosseum 60. 80. Deposit. 100. Marble. 120. Kannur 140. Shah. Any more bids? 140 for 1. 140 for 2. 160. Marble. 160, 180 deposit, 180 for 1, 180 for 2, 180 for 3. Players sold to be positive for 180 points. Let's see it. 20 Kannur, 40 Shan, 60 Travis, 60 for 1, 80 Shan, Ilgovitz, 80 for 1, 100 Technomilia, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Technomilia for 100 points. Let's see. Next player, please. Release. Maybe for release. No pick for release. Player unsold. Mohammad Murtaza Muhyiddin. Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Musi. Any bid for Mohammad Musi? 20. Yummy. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, and 20 for 40. Eco Fresh. Any more bids? 40 for one. Yes, 60. Yummy. 60 for one. 60 for two. 60 for three. Players sold to Yummy for 60 points. Next, Ashraf Ishaq. 20 Gano, 40 Sisha. 60 Gano. 80 Travis. Any more bids? 80. 80 for one. 80, 100 Gano. 120 Travis. Any more bits? Any more bits? 120 for one, 120 for two, 120 for three. Players sold to Travis for 120 points. That's official. Next player, Abdul Rahman. Any bits for Abdul Rahman? Since like no big player unsold. Next player, Irfan Ali. Any bit for Irfan Ali? Seems like no big player unsold. Insaf PGA Cycle. Any bit for Insaf? Seems like no big player unsold. Lukman Uday. Any bit for Lukman? Seems like no big player unsold. Shabir, any bid for Shabir? Seems like no, yes, 20 black hat. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to black hat for 20 points. Shihas, any bid for Shihas? 20 Shah, 40 Marbu, 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 40 points. Furkan Pitu, any bid for Furkan Pitu? No bid, player unsold. Yakub, any bid for Yakub? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Here we use Said Ibrahim. Any before Said Ibrahim? No bid, player unsold. Suleiman Reis. Any before Suleiman Reis? No bid, player unsold. Nabil Ahmad. Any before Nabil Ahmad? 20 Colosseum, 40 Kadu Tandula, 60 Colosseum, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 60 points. Sahad Ali, 20 Seashore, 40 Shah, 60 Technomedia, 80 M3 Tigers. Any moments? Yeah, 100 Shah, 120 UP, 140. 20 Seashore, 240 Kannur. Any moments? Yeah, 260 Shah, 280 Travis, 300 Kannur, 350 BTM, 400 Shah, 404. So 450 Seashore, 500 Yummy. 500 Yummy, 500 for one, 550 Shan, 550 for one, 550 for two, yes, Yummy 600, 600 for one, 600 for two, 650 goals, yeah, 650 for one, 650 for two, and 700 Yummy, 700 for one, 700 for two, and 700 for three. Players sold to Yummy for 700 points. Farid, 20. Yes, we have I think it's different. 20 for from Hana. 20 for Farid P2. 20 for one. 40 Colosseum. 40 for one. 40 for two. 40 for three. Players sold to Colosseum for 40 points. Shah. Any bid for Shah? Any bid seems like no bid. Player unsold. Vaishnav Radhakrishnan. Any bid for Vaishnav? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shafiq. Any bid for Shafiq? 20. Travis. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 20 points. Ijaski. Any bid for Ijaski? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Gokul. Any bid for Gokul? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Azhar. Any bid for Azhar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Nitin Varghese. Any bid for Nitin Varghese? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Rijo. Yes. Any bid for Rijo? No bid. Player unsold. Shihabati. Any bid for Shihabati? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Unsold. I would like to welcome Mr. Taizir Ibrahim, the Managing Director of Auckland Electricals and Trading Company. There will be a memento from DIP to honoring our sponsor, co-sponsor, official partners of Auckland Electricals and Trading. And I would like to request Mr. Taizir Ibrahim, the Managing Director, to give a name. It's our committee member speaking. Thank you for support. Beautiful support. Is given to the accessibility. Big round of applause for Taizir Ibrahim, the Managing Director of Parliament Electrical Sector. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, let's get that. Najib. Anything for Najib? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Naufal. Anything for Naufal? No bid. Player unsold. After KA. Any bid for after KA 20? Seashore cables. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to seashore cables for 20 points. Junaid. Junaid Bhai. Any bid for Junaid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Safwan. Any bid for Safwan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ankit Patel. Any bid? Yeah, 20 seashore, 40 Travis, 60 Marble, 80 Shah, 100 seashore, 120 Travis. 140 Shah, 160 seashore, 190 Travis. 200 Marble. Any more bids? Any more bids for Ankit Patel? 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Marble for 200 points. Today, seems like no big player unsold. Azhar. Any bid for Azhar? 20 Colosseum, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 20 points. നേരത്തെ പ്ലെയർ എനിക്ക് ആഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. Next player Aslam. Any bid for Aslam? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mustabir Muhammad. Any bid? Yeah, 20. Kadro 40. Travis 60. Shan 80. M3 100. Yami 120. Kadro 140. Travis 160 Sanskrit, 180 Travis, 200 Yemi, 240, 220 Shan, 240 Travis, 260 Kanro, 280 EcoFresh, 300 Shan, 350 Maruku, 400 Kanro, 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to Kanro for 400 points. Muthukumar. Any bid for Muthukumar? No bid. Player unsold. കളിക്കുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വളരെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായിരിക്കും. ബാറ്റ് പൊക്കിയിട്ടാണ് താലൂക്ക് 20 പോയിന്റ്സ് എന്തോ വെച്ചു. Okay. Seems like no big player at all. Others. Any for others. Seems like no big player at all. Junaid Ibrahim. 20 Seashore. 40 Hannah. 60 Travis. 80 Didi. 100 Shan. 120 Travis. 120 Travis. 80 Mobis. 140 Shan. 140 Shan. 80 Mobis. 140 for 1. 160 D positive. 180 Shan. 180 for 1. 180 for 2. 180 for 3. Players sold to Shan for 180 points. Junaid Ibrahim. Mansur. Anything for Mansur? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Next player, please. Ashif. Any bid for Ashif? 20 Travis, 40 Kannur. 60 Travis. Any more bid? 60 for 1. 80 Technomedia. 100 Blanket. 100. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 120 shot. Any more bids? Any more bids? 140 Blanket. 140 for 1. 140 for 2. 160 shot. 160 more for 1. 160 for 2. 160 for 3. Players sold to shot for 160 points. Ashif. Salim Babu. Any bids for Salim Babu? Seems like no bid player will be unsold. Next player please. Anu. Any bid for Anu? 20 Seashore. Minimum bids 24, 40 Black Cat, 60 Technomedia, 80 Black Cat, 100 Sanskrivi, 120 Ecofresh. Minimum bids 120 for 1, 140 Black Cat, 160 Ecofresh, 160 for 1, 160 180 Black Cat, 200 Ecofresh, 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Ecofresh for 200 points. Mohammad Shabir. Anything for Mohammad Shabir? Since like no big player unsold. We are thinking 20 Travis 40 shot, 80 Colosseum 100 Travis, 100 Travis, 120 Colosseum, 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players over to Colosseum for 120 points. Okay, next player. Asif Lambe. Any bid for Asif? Any bid for Asif? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Sweden. Any bid for Sweden? Seems like no bid, player unsold. The total 103 players in the auction കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് 500 players in the ഈ ലെവലിൽ പോകണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് താല്പര്യം. Next player please. Sherry MC 20 Kannur 40 B positive 60 sharp 80 Kannur 100 Udupi 120 black at 140 MU 160 Kannur Animobits 160 180 black at 200 Eco Fresh Animobits 220 Kannur 240 Eco Fresh Animobits 260 Kannur 280 black at 300 Eco Fresh 350 B positive 400 Eco Fresh 450 Sanskriti 500 sharp 550 Eco Fresh 550 Eco Fresh 600 Colosseum Animobits 650 Eco Fresh 700 Colosseum 700 for 1 700 for 2 750 Eco Fresh 750 for 1 750 for 2 and 750 for 3 players sold to Eco Fresh for 750 points. Shelly MC. Next player is Rahim. Rahim Siki. 20 Travis. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Travis 20 points. Mohammad Hasik. Any bid for Mohammad Hasik? 20. B positive 40 Colosseum. 60. B positive 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to B positive 60 points. Noble Burgess. Any bid for Noble Burgess? 6 like Noble. Player unsold. Yes, Parmesan Theta. Any bid for Parmesan Theta? Seems like no bid player unsold. Reis Kannur. Any bid for Reis Kannur? Seems like no bid player unsold. Unais Rahim. Any bid for Unais? Seems like no bid player unsold. Vipin Kumar. 20 Kannur, 40 Travis, 60 Shan, 80 Udupi, 100 Kannur, 120 Travis, 140 Sanskriti, 160 Udupi, 180 Sanskriti, 200 Yami, 220 Udupi, 240 Sanskriti, 260 Shan, 280 Bitigan, 300 Udupi, 350 Travis, 400 Kannur, 400 Kannur, 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to Kannur Tiger. Abdul Karim, any bid for Abdul Karim? Seems like no bid player unsold. Jafar Rajamoon, 20 M3 40 Travis, 60 M3 80 Seashore 100 Travis, 120 Black Hat, 140 M3, 160 Sharp, 160 for 1, 160 for 2, 160 for 3. Players sold to Sharp for 160 points. Imran Sharma, 20 Hina, 20 for 1, 20 40 Colosseum, 60 Hana, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Hanan for 60 points. Ranish Arunraj. Any bid for Ranish Arunraj? 20 Travis, 40 Seashore, 60 Travis, 80 M3, 80 B positive, 100 Eco Fresh, 120 Travis, 140 Hanan, 160 Kandor, any more bits, 160 for 1, 160 for 2, 180 Travis, 200 Hanan, 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Hanan for 200 points. Jilin Jos. Jilin Jos, any bid for Jilin Jos? 20 Shan, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Shan for 20 points. Major Johnson. Any bid for Major Johnson? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jason. Any bid for Jason? 20 Saturday. 20 for 1, 40 Colosseum. 40 for 1, 40 for 60 Travis. 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 60 points. Kishore. Any bid for Kishore? Seems like no bid player. Yes, 20 points. Blackhead. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Blackhead. Jyotish Pillai. Any bid for Jyotish Pillai? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Prashant Evi. Any bid for Prashant? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shafiq Shamsu. Any bid for Shafiq? 20 Seashore. 40 Echo. 60 Star. 80 Yummy. 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 100 Echo Fresh. 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 100 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 100 points. Faisal Mohammad Ismail. Any bid for Faisal Mohammad Ismail? 20 Echo Fresh. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 20 points. Siddiq A. Any bid for Siddiq? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Siddiq Khalifa. Any bid for Siddiq Khalifa? 20 Travis. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 40 Colosseum. 60 Travis. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 60 points. Schedule CK. Any bid for Schedule CK? 20 Colosseum. 40 and 3. 60 Barbo. 80 Colosseum. 80 for 1. 103. 120 Colosseum. 120 for 1. 120 for 1. 40 and 3. 160 Marbu. 180 Colosseum. 180 for 1. 203. 203. 200 for 1. 200 for 2. 200 for 3. Players sold to M3 for 200 points. Sulfi. Any bid for Sulfi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sahad Shahid. 20 Kanon. 40 ME. 60 Kanon. 80 Travis. 100 Kannur, 120 ME, 140 Travis, 160 Kannur, 180 BT 200 Travis, 220 Marhu, 220 Marhu, any more bits? 240 Black Hat, 240 for 260 Kannur, 280 the positive 300 Black Hat, 350 Colosseum, 350 Colosseum, 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 350 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 350 points. Starts the heat. Mahesh, anything for Mahesh? Seems like no big player and sold. Vishwas Vishu. Anything for Vishwas Vishu? Seems like no big player and sold. Asad Sable. Any bid? 20 Technomedium. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Technomedium. Okay, I don't know. Let's start 2020. Technomedium. Tausif Yusuf. Anything for Tausif Yusuf? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Naufal. Anything for Muhammad Naufal? 20 UDP. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to UDP for 20 points. Shaukat. Anything for Shaukat? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Manish. Any bid for Manish? Seems like no bid. Yes, 20. Colosseum. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 20 points. Akash Kopa. 20 BD. Any bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Colosseum. 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 60 BD. 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to BT Gang for 60 points. Mohammad Nazar. Any bid for Mohammad Nazar? 20 Colosseum, 40 UDP. 40 for 1, 60 Colosseum, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 60 points. Bijosh. Any bid for Bijosh? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Alfas. Any bid for Mohammad Alfas? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Rauf. 20 C-Shop, 40 Kannur, 60 ME, 80 C-Shop, 100 Kannur, 120 sunscreen, 140 ME, 160 C-Shop, 180 Kannur, 200 sunscreen, 220 ME, 240 Travis. 240 Travis. 240 for 1, 260 Blackett, 260 for 1, 260 for 2, 280 Colosseum, 300 Blackett, 300 for 1, 300 for 2, 300 for 3. Players sold to Blackett for 300 points. Sachin Suresh. Any bid for Sachin Suresh? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Manikandan. Any bid for Manikandan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. $200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Techno Media. You're right. എല്ലാവരും നോക്കുന്നുണ്ട് നോക്കാതൊന്നുമില്ല നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഫ്രീ വിളിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് എടുത്ത് നോക്കുന്നത് വെരി സോറി പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് സോൾഡ് ടു ടെക്നോ മീഡിയ Mohammad Rizwan Shah. Any bid for Mohammad Rizwan Shah? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mustafa BTA. Any bid for Mustafa? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jidik. Any bid for Jidik? 20 C-Show. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40. Hanan 60 Shah. Any more bid? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Shah for 60 points. Shaheen Ashraf. Any bid for Shaheen? Any bid for Shaheen? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Faisal. Any bid for Faisal? Any bid for Faisal? Seems like yes, 20. Travis. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 20 points. Shadid Krishna. 20 C-Show, 40 ME. Any more bids? 60 C-Show, 80 Travis, 100 ME, 120 Marco, 140 C-Show, 140 for 1, 160 ME, 180 Marco, 180 Marbu, 180, 200 Yummy, 200 for one, 220 Marbu, 220 for one, 220 for two, 220 for three. Players sold to Marbu for 220 points. Ajmal Jamdar. Any bid for Ajmal? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Akil. Any bid for Akil? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Biju. Bijoba. Any bid for? Yes, 20 Echo Fresh. 20 for one, 20 for two, 20 for three. Player sold to Echo Fresh. 20 points. Jamshid. Any bid for Jamshid? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Vishwaraj. Any bid for Vishnu 20, Sanskriti 40 MB, 40 MB 60, B positive 80 Sanskriti, 80 for 100 MB, 120 B positive, 120 for 120 for 2, and 140 MB, 140 MB. Any bid for any more bids? 160 B positive, 160 for 160 for 2, 160 for 3. Players sold to B positive for 160 points. Next player, Debbie. Any more bid? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Player unsold. Rishabh. Any bids? 20 entry, 40 Sanskriti, 60 MB, 80 Technomedia. 100 Udupi, 120 MB, 140 Travis. 160 Udupi. 180 Travis, 200 Technomedia, 220 Convo, 240 Udupi, 260 Travis. 280 B positive, 300 Marbu, 350 Udupi. 350 Udupi. Any more bids? 400 Marbu. 400 Marbu. 400 for one, 400 for two, and 400 for three. Players sold to Marbu for 400 points. Anshuman Kumar Pandey. Any bid for Anshuman Kumar Pandey? Seems like no bid. Player unsold.
21 plus 1 5.
Ashik Putul. Any bid for Ashik Putul? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Hashik. Any bid for Hashik? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shanavas. Any bid for Shanavas? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Fahim Alak. 20 Colosseum, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 20 points. Jesse. Any bid for Jesse? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Amit Menon. Any bid for Amit? Any bid for Amit? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Binam Thapa. Any bid for Binam Thapa? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sushant Shetty. Any bid for Sushant Shetty? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Afsal Muhammad. Any bid for Afsal Muhammad? 20 Colosseum, 40 ME, 60 Echo Fresh. 80 Black Hat, 80 for 1, 80, yeah, 100 ME, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 120 Black Hat, 120, 140 ME. Any more bets? 140 ME, 140 for one, 140 for two, 160 black cat, 160 black cat, 160 for one, 160 for two, 160 for three. Player sold to black cat for 160 points. Abdullah Chitte. Any bid for Abdullah Chitte? Since my no bid, player unsold. Shahrukh Sheikh. Any bid for Shahrukh Sheikh? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Ramesh. Any bid for Ramesh? Any bid for Ramesh? 20 Yummy, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Yummy for 20 points. Mohammad Anwar Mustafa. Any bid for Mohammad Anwar Mustafa? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Ranjit Barali. Any bid for Ranjit Barali? 20 Sanskriti, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Sanskriti for 20 points. Anshad Ilyas. Any bid for Anshad? 20 Travis, 40 M3, 60 Seashore, 80 Travis, 100 M3, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Player sold to M3 for 100 points. Amir Abdul Rahman. Any bid for Amir Abdul Rahman? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Abdul Sattar. Any bid for Abdul Sattar? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Samir Abbas. Any bid for Samir Abbas? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Unais. Any bid for Unais? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Anas. Any bid 20 Seashore? Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Sanskriti, 60 ME. Any more bids? 60 ME, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to ME for 60 points. Next player, Suhail. Any bid? Yeah, 20 Seashore, 40 M3, 60 Hanan, 80 Kanol, 100 Eco Fresh, 120 Hanan, 140 Eco Fresh, 160 Kanol, 180 Eco Fresh, 200 Hanan, 220 Kanol, 240 Sanskriti, 260 Kannur, 260 Kannur. Any more bids for Suhail? 260 for 1, 260 for 280, Eco Fresh 300 Colosseum. Any more bids for Suhail? 300 for 1, 300 for 2, 300 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 300 points. Jamelson Martin Johnson. Any bid for Jamelson Martin Johnson? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Shakir Abdul Rahman. Any bid 20? Be positive. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to be positive for 20 points. Mirza Mohammad Tariq bid. Any bid for Mirza? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Hizamuddin. Any bid for Hizamuddin? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Gaurav Nahata. Any bid for Gaurav Nahata? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shahid Shahid. Any bid for Sahid Shai? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ganesh Gandhi. Any bid for Ganesh Gandhi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shanu Sharif. Any bid for Shanu Sharif? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Safan Pathan. 20 Hanan, 40 M3, 60 Udupi, 60 Udupi, any more bids, 80 B positive, any more bids, 80 for 1, 100 M3, 120 BT gap, 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120, 140 M3, 140 M3, 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players sold to M3 Tigers. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. ആ കണ്ട് എനിക്ക് അവിടെ കിട്ടിയത് കൊണ്ടാണ് അത് ലാസ്റ്റ് ക്ലിക്ക് ആയിരുന്നത്. അത് എനിക്ക് എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തും പോകാം. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലായി. നിങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റവും ഫൈനൽ സെക്കൻഡിലാണ് അത് നോക്കുന്നത്. ആ കണ്ട് ഇവിടുന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് എത്തിയപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്കത് കാണാൻ പറ്റിയത്. ഏത് ഇതിലാണ് ഞാൻ 1 2 വിളിക്കാറുള്ളത്? ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ 2 കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് 3ന്റെ ടൈമിൽ അവിടെ എത്തിയപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത്. അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. ആ 3ന്റെ ടൈമിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അത് എടുത്തത്. അതെല്ലാ പ്രാവശ്യം എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയതല്ല. ഓക്കെ, നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ ഫൈസി. Any bid for Faisi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Unsold. Shamir. Any bid for Shamir? Any bid for Shamir? Player unsold. Vinny. Any bid? Yeah. 20 Kando, 40 Travis. Any more 60 Sanskriti, 80 Kando. Any more bids? 80 Kando, 100 Travis, 120 Sanskriti, 120 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 140 Kando, 160 Margu. Any more bids? 180 Kando, 200 Shan, 250 Black Cat, 250 Black Cat, 300 Margu. Sorry. Completely good. 220 Black Cat, 240. Okay. 240 Margu. Any more bids? 240. 260 Black Cat. 260 Black Cat. Any more bids? 260 for 1. 260 for 280 Colosseum. 300 Margu. 300 Margu. Any more bids for? We need 300 for 1. 300 for 2. 300 for 3. Players sold to Margu for 300 points. Anis Anil. Any bid 20 Travis, 40 Margu, 60 M3, 80 Sanskriti, 100 Udupi, 120 MV, 140 B positive, 160 M3, 180 Kannur, 200 M3, 220 Black Cat, 220 Black Cat. Any more bids? Any more bids? 220, 240 Colosseum, 260 M3. 260 M3. Any more bids? 260 for 1, 260 for 2, 260 for 3. Players sold to M3 for 260 points. Ajit B. Any bid for Ajit B? 20. Shan 40. Seashore 60 ME. 60 ME. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to ME for 60 points. Prahash Kumar. Any bid for Prahash Kumar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shaheen. 20 Travis, 40 Seashore, 60 Sanskriti, 80 Travis, 80 Travis. Any more bids? 100 Ecofresh, 120 BT Gang, 140 Travis, 160 Seashore, 180 Ecofresh, 200 Travis. Any more bids? 200 Travis, 220 B positive, 240 Ecofresh, 240 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 240 for 1, 260 Colosseum, 260 for 1, 260 for 2, 260 for 280 Echo Fresh, 300 Colosseum, 300 for 1, 300 for 2, 300 for 3. Players sold to Colosseum for 300 points. Abdul Rasaq PT. Any bid for, yes, 20 Seashore. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Colosseum, 40 Colosseum. ഈ പ്ലെയർ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. Twenty Seashore. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Seashore for 20 points. Amir Ali. Any bids for Amir Ali? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Imran Ali. Any bid for Imran Ali? Yes, 20 BT Can, 40 Seashore, 60 Technomedia, 80 BT Can, 100 Technomedia, 120 BT Can, 140 Technomedia, 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players over to Technomedia.
140.
Saeed Mohammed. Any bid for Saeed? Yes, 20 Sanskrit, 40 Yemi. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 60 Sanskrit, 80 Black Hat, 100 Yemi. Any more bids? Any more bids for this player? 100 for 1, Yemi. 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players over to Yemi for 100 points.
100 items. 100 players. 100 sold. Sold. 100 sold.
Mohammad Imran. Any bid for Mohammad Imran? Seems like no bid. Player unsold.
225
Fires of the Law. 20 Kandor. Any more bids? 40 Sanskriti. Any more bids? Please come out. 600 Sanskriti. Make it fast, guys. 120 B positive. 120 for 1, 140 Colosseum, 160 Bamboo, 180 Colosseum, 180 Colosseum, 200 B positive, 200 B positive, any more bids? 220 Colosseum, any more bids? 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 220 for 3. Players over the Colosseum for 220 points. Mustafa Monu. Any bids for Mustafa Monu? 20 Babu. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40. Yummy. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Yummy for 40 points. Total 200 players are currently together. We have another 320 more players. Okay. Break it down the next player, GD. ഒരു മണിക്കൂറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ ഫ്ലോർ any for GD? Any for GD seems like no bid. Player unsold. Nitish Vijay. Any bid for Nitish? Any bid for Nitish? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ibrahim Sheikh. Any bid for Ibrahim Sheikh? Any bid for Ibrahim Sheikh? 20 Black Hat. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Black hat for 20 points. Shamsir Puttu. Any bid for Shamsir? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Shaheen. Any bid for Mohammad Shaheen? Any bid for Mohammad Shaheen? No bid for Mohammad Shaheen. Player unsold. Shahid Abdullah. Shahid Abdullah. Any bid for Shahid Abdullah? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mishab Razak. Any bid for Mishab Razak? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sunny. Any bid for Sunny? Any bid for Sunny? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Anish Alexander Joseph. 20 M3 Tigers, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to M3 Tigers for 20 points. Shabir Rahim. Any bid for Shabir Rahim? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Anam Mujawar. Any bid for Anam Mujawar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Haris Manjeri. Any bid for yes? 20 bid again. Any more bids? Any more bids? 20, yeah, 40. Black cat 60 be positive. Any more bids? Any more bids for Haris Manjeri? 60 for 1. 60 be positive. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Player sold to be positive for 60 points. Haris Manjeri. Vinay. 20 points. Sisho. 40 Echo Fresh. 40 Echo Fresh. Any more bids? 40 for 1. 40 for 2, 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Kannur for 60 points. Asif Maku. Yes, 20 Sisho. Yes, make it fast. 40 Bibigan, 60 Travis, 80 Sanskriti, 100 Yemi, 120 Bibigan, 140 Travis, 160 Eco Fresh, 160 Eco Fresh. Any more bids? 180 Babu, 200 Travis, 200 Travis. Any more bids? Any more bids? 200 for 1, 220 Marbu, 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 220 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 220 points. Ashik Ali. Any bid for Ashik Ali? 20 Travis, 40 Sanskriti, 60 Kannur, 80 Marbu, 100 Kannur, 120 Sanskriti, 140 BT Gang, 160 Kannur, 180 BT Gang, 200 Techno India, 220 Kannur, 240 Eco Fresh, 260 Hana, 280 Kannur, 300 Black Cat, 350 Eco Fresh, 400 Black Cat, 450 B positive, 450 B positive. Any more bids? 450, 500 Shan, 500 Shan, 500 for 1, 500 for 2, 500 for 3. Players sold to Shan for 500 points. Talha Khan. Any bid for Talha Khan? Any bid for Talha Khan? Soda. 20 Sanskriti. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. So, wait to Bangu Soda. Now, Pranav Reddy. Yes, 20 seesaw, 40 Babu, 60 UDP, 80 seesaw, 100 Kannur, 120 Trans, 140 Kannur, 160 UDP, 180 Kannur, 180 Kannur, 200 UDP, 200 UDP. Any more bids? 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to UDP for 200 points. Mufid. Any bid for Mufid? Any bid for Mufid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Muhammad Jabir. Wait. In the issue, any issues? 20 Hanan. 40 Marbu, 60 Bibigan, 60 Bibigan, any more bits? 80 Hanan, 100 Marbu, 120 Bibigan, 120 Bibigan, any more bits? 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players sold to Bibigan for 120 points. Sabish, any bid for Sabish? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Ali Anis, 20 Kannur, any more bids? 20 for 1, 40 Marbu, 40 Marbu, 460 Kannur, any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Kannur for 60 points. Anish, any bid for Anish? Any bid for Anish? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Yes, next player please. Srilalalu. 20 Sisho, 40 Sanskriti, 60 Kannur, 80 Travis, 100 Kannur, 120 Margo, 140 Sanskriti, 160 Kannur, 180 Travis, 200 Sanskriti, 220 Margo, 240 Kannur, 260 Sisho, 260 Sisho. Any more bits? 280 Black Hat, 300 Kannur, 350 Sisho, 400 Black Hat, 450 Sisho. 450 seashore. Any more bits? 450 for 1, 450 for 2, 450 for 3. Players sold to seashore for 450 points. Abdul Majid. Any bid for Abdul Majid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shakti Kanagaraj. Any bid for Shakti Kanagaraj? No bid. Player unsold. Jitu. 20 Travis, 40 Kannur, 60 Yemi, 80 Udupi, 100 Travis, 120 Kannur, 140 Udupi, 160 Sanskriti, 180 Kannur, 200 Travis, 220 Seashore, 240 Kannur, 260 Udupi, 280 Marble, 300 Ecofresh, 350 Kannur, 400 BT Gang, 400 BT Gang. Any more bids? 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to BT Gang for 400 points. Ravi Kumar. Any bid for Ravi Kumar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jasri Jas. Any bid for Jasri Jas? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jabal TP. Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ibar. Any bid for Ibar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Milan Paulos. Any bid for Milan Paulos? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Habib. Any bid for Habib? 20 Marvo. Any more bits? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Marvo for 20 points. Shamshir. Any bid for Shamshir? 20 Hanan. Any more bits? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Hanan for 20 points. Sinan. Any bid for Sinan? Any bid for Sinan? 20 Marbu. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 20 points. Faisal Yuan. Any bid for Faisal? Any bid for Faisal? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Nasser Mohammed. Any bid for Nasser Mohammed? 20 Hanan. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 40 UDP, 60 Hanan. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Hanan for 60 points. Sajid. Any bid for Sajid? 20 Travis, 40 Kandol, 60 Seashore, 80 Travis, 100 Kandol, 120 MB, 140 Kandol, 160 Ecofresh, 1 180 180 Kandol, 200 Ecofresh, 220 Kandol, 240 Udupi, 260 Ecofresh, 260 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 280 Kandol, 300 Udupi. Any more bids for Sachin? 300 for 1, 300 for 2, 300 for 3. Players sold to Udupi. Ibrahim C. Any bid for Ibrahim C? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Mohammed Arshad Ansari. 20 deposit. Any more bids? 40 Yemi. 40 Yemi. Any more bids for Ansari? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Yemi for 40 points. Sanaldas. Any bid for Sanaldas? Player unsold. Travis 140, Colosseum 160, 120. Okay, 120 Seashore, 140 Udupi, 160 Kannur, 180 Seashore, 200 Marbu, 220 Ecofresh, 240 Seashore, 260 Udupi, 280 Seashore, 300 Ecofresh, 350, 350 no. Udupi 350 no. Okay, then 350 Udupi. 350 Udupi. Allah, 350 Udupi. 400 Ecofresh. 400 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 400 Ecofresh for Abdul now. 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to Ecofresh for 400 points. Savacha. Any bid for Savacha? Seems like, yes, 20. Seashore. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Seashore for 20 points. Time 9:15 ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് 9:30 ഡിന്നർ ബ്രേക്ക് ആണ്. Jazul Fajaz. Any bid for Jazul Fajaz? Seems like no bid. Player also. Nanda Kishore. Any bid for Nanda Kishore? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Faisal. 24 Sanskriti 40 MD 60 Travis 80 Marbu 100 Kannur 120 Colosseum 140 Marbu 160 Seashore 180 Travis 200 Marbu 200 Marbu any more bids 200 for 1 220 Seashore 220 for 1 220 for 2 220 for 3 players sold 2 Seashore tables for 220 points. Mohammad Suhail. In before Mohammad Suhail, 20 Hanan, 40 BT gap, 60 Marbu, 80 B positive. Any more bits? 100 BT gap. Any more bits? 120 B positive. 120 for 1. 140 BT gap. 140 for 1. 140 for 2. 140 for 3. Players sold to BT gap for 140 points. Any bid for Ashik? Seems like no. Yes, 20. BT. BT and 20 points. Any more bids?
250. 250 option.
20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to BT gap for 20 points. Murugan Vijayan. Any bid for Murugan Vijayan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Anwar Rahman. 20 Seashore. Any more bids? 40 Echo Fresh. 60 Seashore. Any more bids? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 60 points. Seashore. Sorry. Vijish. Any bid for Vijish? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Kannan Pandi. Any bid for Kannan Pandi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Junaid Muhammad. Any bid for Junaid Muhammad? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Azharuddin. 20 Seashore, 40 Sanskriti, 60 Travis, 80 Marbu, 100 Yemi, 120 Colosseum, 140 Sanskriti, 140 Sanskriti, 160 Travis, 160 Travis, 180 Sanskriti, 200 Shan, 200 Shan. Any more bids? Any more bids for Azharuddin? 220 B positive, 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 240 Shan, 240 Shan. Any more bids? Any more bids? 240 for 1, 240 for 2, 260 Travis, 260 Travis. Any more bids? 260 for 1, 260 for 2, 260 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 260 points. Vijay Kumar Nadirve. Any bid for Vijay Kumar Nadirve? Seems like no bid. Player unsold.
Again, ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഹോൾഡ് ചെയ്യാം.
Okay, what do you mean to hold? points seashore, 40 ME, 60 seashore, 80 Kannur, 100 ME, 120 seashore, 120 seashore, 140 Ecofresh, 160 Marbu, 180 Sanskritim, 200 Ecofresh, 220 Marbu, 220 Marbu, any more bids? 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 220 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 220 points. Farhan, 20 Seashore, 40 Travis, 60 Hanan, 80 Kannur, 100 Travis, 120 Colosseum, 140 Hanan, 140 Hanan, 160 Black Cat, 160 Black Cat. Any more bits? Any more bits for Farhan? 180 Hanan. Correct. 160 Black Cat. 180 Hanan. 200 Black Cat. Any more bits? 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Black Cat for 200 points. Farhan. Ashik PC. Any bid for Ashik PC? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Farvesh. Any bid for Farvesh? 20. Seashore. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Seashore for 20 points. Jamshid Pudiyabri. Any bid for Jamshid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ajmal MK. Any bid for Ajmal MK? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. എനിക്ക് ഇത് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല നിങ്ങൾ അന്ന് കുക്കർ ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു സൗണ്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് എനിക്കത് അറിയാലോ പെട്ടെന്ന് അല്ല ആ ഒരു പേര് മാത്രം അവിടുന്ന് കണ്ടിന്യൂ പോവാണ് സൈറ്റിൽ Mohammad Mosin. Any bid for Mohammad Mosin? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Paju. 20 Colosseum, 40 ME, 60 Colosseum, 80 Hanan, 100 Colosseum, 120 ME, 140 Udupi, 160 Hanan, 180 Kannur, 200 Udupi, 220 Kannur, 240 Shan, 260 Udupi, 280 Shan, 300 Windy Gang, 350 Udupi, 400 Shan, 400 Shan. Any more bids? 400 for 1, 400 for 2, 400 for 3. Players sold to Shan for 400 points. Sahil Salah. Any bid for Sahil Salah? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Hari Prasad. Hari Prasad. Any bid for Hari Prasad? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Any bid for Ashif? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Abdul Kalam 20 points Seashore, 40 Ecofresh, 60 Seashore, 80 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 80 Ecofresh, 80 100 Seashore, 120 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 120 for 1 Ecofresh, 120 for 2, 120 for 3. Players sold to Ecofresh for 120 points. For Akbar Ali, seems like no bid. Seems like no bid for Akbar Ali. So player unsold. Muhammad Ansir. Any bid for Muhammad Ansir? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Yes, Samir, 20 Sanskriti, 20 Sanskriti, 40 Yemi, any more bits? 60 Sanskriti, 80 Yemi, 100 Sanskriti, any more bits? 100, 100 for 1, 120 Yemi, 120 Yemi, any more bits? 120 for 1, 120 for 2, 140 B positive, 140 B positive, any more bits? 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players sold to B positive for 140 points. Chintu Ashok. Any bid for Chintu Ashok? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Alex. Any bid for Alex? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Any bid for Rakesh Singh? Rakesh Singh, any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mithun S. 20 Seashore, 40 Sanskriti, 60 Seashore, 80 Kannur, 80 Kannur, 100 Travis, 100, 120 Kannur, 120 Kannur. Any more bits? Any more bits for Mithun? 120 for 1 Kannur, 120 for 2, 140 Hanan, 140 Hanan. Any more bits? 160 Kannur, 160. Any more bits? 160 for 1, 160 for 2, 160 for 3. Players sold to Kannur for 160 points. Sajid Ali. Any bid for Sajid Ali? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Any bid for Mohammad Shamlan? Any bid for Mohammad Shamlan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jalal Kotachira. Any bid for Jalal? 20 points. Marbu. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Marbu for 20 points. Shafiq Adam. Any bid for Shafiq Adam? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Faris. Any bid for Faris? Any bid for Faris? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sajjad. Any bid for Sajjad? Any bid for Sajjad? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Pradesh Prakash. Any bid for Pradesh Prakash? Any bid for Pradesh Prakash? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shahab Faisal. Shahab Faisal. Any bid for Shahab Faisal? Any bid for Shahab Faisal? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ali Akbar. Any bid for Ali Akbar? Any bid for Ali Akbar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Salih. 20. Shan. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Sanskriti. 40 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Player sold to Sanskriti for 40 points. Ashik. Any bid for Ashik? Any bid for Ashik? 20 Shah. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Shah for 20 points. Vishnu Nandakumar. Any bid for Vishnu Nandakumar? Any bid for Vishnu Nandakumar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Nizam. 20 Udupi. 40 Hanan. Any more bids? 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 80 Udupi. 80 Udupi. 100 Kannur. Kannur total 100 points. Any more bids? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Player sold to Kannur Tatwala for 100 points. Danish KV. Any bid for Danish KV? Any bid for Danish KV? 20 Black Hat. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Black Hat for 20 points. Humayun Ali Khan. Any bid for Humayun Ali Khan? Any bid for Humayun Ali Khan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Imran Sardar Khan. Any bid for Imran Sardar Khan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Najib Mahatkar. Any bid for Najib Mahatkar? Any bid for Najib Mahatkar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ritu. Any bid for Ritu? 20. Echo Fresh. Any more bids? 20 for 1. 40. Technomedia. 40 for 1. 40. 60. Echo Fresh. 60. Echo Fresh. Any more bids? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Player sold to Echo Fresh for 60 points. Moidi. Arvi. Any bid for Moidi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jadir. Any bid? Yeah. 20. Seashore. 40. Sanskriti. 60. Hanan. 80. Seashore. Any more bids? 100. Kannur. 120. Sanskriti. 120. Sanskriti. Any bid? Any bid for, yeah, 140 Kannur. 160 Sanskriti. 180 Shah. 180 Shah. Any more bids? 200 Kannur. 220 Shah. 220. Any more bids? 220 for 1. 220 for 2. 220 for 3. Players sold to Shah for 220 pounds. Faisal Moiti, 20 Seashore, 40 Hanan, 60 Seashore, 60 Seashore, any more bids? Any more bids? 80 Travis, 80 Travis, any more bids? 100 Shan, 120 Seashore, 120 Seashore, any more bids? Any more bids? 120 for 1, 140 Shan, 140 Shan, 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players sold to Shan 440 points. Abhi action winner. Any bid for Abhi action winner? Any bid for Abhi action winner? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Suhail Khan. Any bid for Suhail Khan? Any bid for Suhail Khan? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Last player before the dinner break. This is the 300 player. Okay. Nitish Tier. Any bid for Nitish? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Dinner break on 30 minutes. We have another 223 players to bid for. 300 players left. Thank you.
Sold 142.
the A10 Mini, playing, which is exactly what we want them to do. But the video starts to play here, just cut to a black screen. What I continued with it tick is show nothing when playback ends of the become in which now we have to get that you can add in, but a media source is basically a just hit the name for the scene to then call it, and I'm going to say, and we'll a video, call this. We want the video source with video and to a black. So select to end and so visuals you can version in this. We don't. Okay, so now we've got, but it's just an easier way of getting the file into OB. Start in, first of all, here an EMI appears there, drag that, and we choose magic. Is what a lot of people and ending the, and then if I say open it back up. And the final thing you need to do for each VT that you add in, you need to, over on the audio mixer, click the little cog here, go to advanced audio properties, and then make sure that monitor and output is selected. Both of those, monitor and output. And you do that for each VT. So if I go to VT networking as well, we'll just press pause on there. Oh, wrong one. We want to click the cog, then go to advanced output properties. And if you have it on monitor off, you won't get the sound being transferred to the ATEM. It needs to be on monitor and output, or if you want, you can have it on monitor only, but I just choose monitor and output. So now with that set up, both the audio and vision are being sent down the HDMI to the ATEM
We are going to honor our sponsors. So we have plenty of sponsors here. Our title sponsor, C Showcases, and sponsor, co-sponsor, our official partners, Alkali's Model, S-Mod of Heartland, Lineage Trading, Water Heartland, Android Properties, NoTech, Building Premier Technology, plenty of sponsors here. So directly we are going to honor the sponsors. So I would like to welcome our title sponsor, who make this tournament and C showcases. I would like to welcome Mr. Nishad Muhammad Ali Connection here. In the absence of Mr. Nishad, I would like to welcome Mr. Amnas Koyer, the Administration Manager. And to be here this moment, so I would like to welcome our Chairman Shafi. And the title sponsor of PAPS and thank you for your wonderful support. And next, our Kannur Tathagala, our co-sponsor. I would like to welcome Mr. Faisal Bawa, Managing Partner, Faisal Bawa from Kannur Tathagala. So going for the next. Official Partner, Alkali Moral Security System. Yes, Faisal Bawa from Kannur Tathagala. Thank you for your wonderful support for this tournament. And I would like our Shri to give us this moment of Kannur Tathagala. Sponsor, Kannur Tathagala. Thank you for your wonderful support. And our official partner, Yes Moto. I'd like to welcome Mr. Shafi, Managing Director of S-Moto, to the team, and our committee member Shireen Smart to give us this memento for Shafi, Managing Director of X-Moto, our official partner. Thank you, Mr. Shafi, for the wonderful support for this tournament. And our golden partner, Landroid Properties, Mr. Samir, General Manager of Landroid Properties. Samir is there. No. I'm going to go the supporting sponsor, New Tech, our strategic partner. I would like to welcome Mr. Nasir, Managing Director of New Tech, and our committee member Hassan will give away this moment to Mr. Nasir. At the same time, I would like to welcome Mr. Jason from Premier Technology, our printing partner. I would like to welcome Mr. Jason and the committee member Mohsin will give away this moment to Jason, Premier Technology, our printing partner. And the next moment for our wonderful oarsman, Mr. Fajit. I would like to welcome Mr. Fajit to collect the moment from our committee member Navaska. And so I would like to welcome his life partner, arejesports representative Riyaz MK. Sijat. We just give away this moment to our YouTube live partner, arejesports. Our media partner, is I would like to welcome Mr. Afi to collect your award from Ahmad Jaffur, our committee member. Supporting sponsor, Venus Day Transforming Service. Representative, I would like to welcome Faisal to collect this moment from our committee member Shihab. With our wonderful support for this moment. I would like to thank everyone in this moment and I don't want to waste any time. We have plenty of sponsors on the list. And thank you everyone for your wonderful support. Thank you everyone and all to Mr.
Yes, we are back. So new player. Irshad done. Any bid for Irshad? Any bid for Irshad? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Arif C. Any bid for Arif? Any bid for Arif? 20. Techno India. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Techno Media for 20 points. Ansar Muhammad. Any bid for Ansar Muhammad? Any bid? Since there is no bid, player unsold. Abhi Sivaraj, 20 Shan. Any more bids? 40 Kanur. Any more bids? 40, 60 Echo Fresh, 80 Sanskriti. 100 Kanur. 120 Colosseum. Any more bids? 140 Kanur. 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Players sold to Kannur Tatila for 140 points. Mantosh Yadav. Any bid for Mantosh Yadav? 20. BP Gang. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to BT Gang for 20 points. Shiju VT. Any bid for Shiju? 20. Be positive. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to be positive. Basi Mubashir. 20. Yummy. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Yummy for 20 points. Adnan Ashraf. Any bid for Adnan? Any bid for Adnan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Amin Shahid. 20 Shah. Any more bids? Seems like no more bids. So 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Shah. Arun Somarajan. Any bids for Arun Somarajan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Rahman. Any bid for Rahman? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Askar Muhammad. Any bid for Askar? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Akil P. Ashokan. Any bid for Akil? Yeah, 20 Shan, 40 Sanskriti. 60 Echo Fresh. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 80 Sanskriti. 100 Echo Fresh. Any more bids? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Echo Fresh for 100 points. Prasanna. Famous value. Prasanna. Any bids for Prasanna? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Georgetown Rebello. Any bid? Any bid for Georgetown? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Akram Sheikh. Any bid for Akram Sheikh? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Prashant. Any bid for Prashant? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Rahil. 20 Shan, 40 Seashore. 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Kannur. Khalid Mohammed. Any bid for Khalid Mohammed? 20 Shan, 40 Hanan. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 60, 80 be positive. 80 B positive. 60 Shana to 80 B positive. Any more bits for Khalid Mohammed? 80 for 1 B positive. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to B positive with 80 points. Nadir Nathan. Any bid for Nadir Nathan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Vivek Anthony. Any bid for Vivek Anthony? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Prince Washington. 20 Seashore. 20 Seashore. 40 Colosseum. 60 Condor. 80 Seashore. 100 Colosseum. 120 120 Barbu. Any more bids? 140 Ecofresh. 160 Condor. 180 Beauty Game. 200 Condor. 220 Ecofresh. 240 Udupi. Any more bids? 260 Condor. Any more bids? 260 Condor. 260 for 1. 260, 280 Travis, 300 Udupi. 300 Udupi. Any more bids? 300 for 1. 350 Travis, 400 Kannur. 400 Kannur. 400 for 1. 400 for 2. 400 for 3. Players sold to Kannur for 400 points. Muhammad Nasir. Any bids for Muhammad Nasir? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mukesh Kutan. Any bid for Mukesh Kutan? Any bid for Mukesh Kutan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Hemanshu Sharma. Any bid for Hemanshu Sharma? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Girish. Any bid for Girish? Any bid for Girish? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Munesh Verma. 20 Hanan. Any more bids? 40 Udupi. Any more bids? 60 Hanan. Any more bids? 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Hanan for 60 points. Shahrukh Mohammed. Any bids for Shahrukh Mohammed? Any bid for Shahrukh Mohammed? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Salman Gadkari. Any bid for Salman Gadkari? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shaneen K. Ashraf. Any bid for Shaneen? Any bid for Shaneen? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Dinesh Kanagaraj. Any bid for Dinesh Kanagaraj? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Fazal. Any bid for Mohammad Fazal? Any bid for Mohammad Fazal? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shamim. Any bid for Shamim? Any bid for Shamim? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Rasil Aman Anthony. Any bid for Rasil? 20 and 3. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold 2 and 3 tigers. Gino Peter. 20 Sanskriti. 40 Udupi. 40, 60 Kannu. 80 Travis. 100 Udupi. 120 Colosseum. 140 Kando. 160 Shan. 180 Travis. 180 Travis. 200 Black Cat. 220 Travis. 220 Travis. 240 Black Cat. 260 Travis. 260 Travis. 280 Black Cat. 300 Travis. 300 Travis. Any more bid? Any more bid for Jim Peter? 300 for 1. 300 for 2. 300 for 3. Player sold to Travis for 300 points. Shabir Ali Inayat. Any bid for Shabir Ali? Any bid for Shabir Ali? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Nabil Poradi. Any bid for Nabil Poradi? 20 points. Sanskriti. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Sanskriti for 20 points. Firoz Kaka. Any bid for Firoz Kaka? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Manadi. Any bid for Manadi? Any bid for Manadi? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shiju Sadiq. Siddiq. Any bid for Shiju Siddiq? Any bid for Shiju Siddiq? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shakir Qasim. 20 seashore. 40 Everfresh. 60 seashore. 80 Sanskriti. 100 seashore. Any more bids? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Player sold to seashore for 100 points. Stuffing. Any bid for stuffing? Any bid for stuffing? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mudassir Muju. Any bid for Mudassir Muju? 20 Sanskriti, 40 ME, 40 ME. Any more bid? 60 Kannur, 80 Sanskriti, 100 Colosseum. Any more bids? 120 Kannur Tatala, 120 Kannur Tatala. Any more bids? 140 P positive, 160 Sanskriti, 160 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 180 B positive, 180 for 1, 200 Travis, 200 Travis, 200 for 1, 220 B positive, 240 Travis, 240 Travis. Any more bids? 260 B positive, 280 Travis, 280 Travis. Any more bid? 280 for 1, 280 for 2, 280 for 3. Players sold to Travis for 280 points. Amir Nazar. 20 Sanskriti, 40 Kannur, 60 seashore, 60 point. Okay, 40 Kannur Kannur, 60 Sanskriti, 80 Kannur, 100 Bitigan, 120 Kannur. Any more bids? 140 Bitigan, 160 Kannur. Any more bids? 180 Bitigan, 200 Kannur, 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players sold to Kannur Tadura for 200 points. Prakash M. Any bid for Prakash? 20 Black Cat. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 40 Kannur Tadura, 40 Kannur Tadura. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 60 Black Cat, 60 Black Cat, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Black Cat for 60 points. Shanavas. Any bid for Shanavas? Any bid for Shanavas? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sajid. Any bid for Sajid? Any bid for Sajid? 20 M3 Tigers. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to M3 Tigers for 20 points. Ranjan Kumar. Any bid for Ranjan Kumar? Any bid for Ranjan Kumar? Player unsold. Muhammad Amin. Any bid for Muhammad Amin? Any bid for Muhammad Amin? Player unsold. Mithun. Any bid for Mithun? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Shamin. Any bid for Shamin? Any bid for Shamin? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Zia Abu Bakr. Any bid for Zia? 20. Urbi. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Udupi. Walid Lampeng. Any bid? Any bid for Walid Lampeng? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Here K. Any bid for here? Any bid for here? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mossy. Any bid for Mossy? 28 offers. Any more bids? 24, 24 2, 24 3. Player sold to Echo Fresh. Saddam Khan, 20 Shan, 40 Seashore. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 60 Colosseum. 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Player sold to Colosseum for 60 points. Jasir Gulshan. Any bid for Jasir Gulshan? 20 Seashore. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Seashore for 20 points. Anwar Ashraf. Any bid for Anwar Ashraf? Any bid for Anwar Ashraf? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Arun Kopa, 20 points. Hanan, 40 beating hand. 40 beating hand. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Player sold to beating hand for 40 points. Shadab Kudukka. Any bid for Shadab? Any bid for Shadab? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Shafiq, 20 Seashore. Any more bids? 40 Hanan, 20 already Seashore. 40 Hanan, he already called. 40 Hanan, 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Player sold to Hanan for 40 points. Vaishnavan Krishna. Any bid for Vaishnavan? Any bid for Vaishnavan? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Shafiq, 20 Seashore, 40 Emmy, 60 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 80 Emmy, 100 Sanskriti, 120 Shah, 140 Udupi, 160 Shah, 180 Emmy, 200 B positive. Any more bids? 220 Emmy, 240 Udupi. Any more bids? 260 B positive, 280 Emmy, 300 B positive. Any more bids? 350 Emmy, 350 for 1, 350 for 2, 350 for 3. Players sold to MD for 350 points. Shoaib Sheikh. Any bid for Shoaib Sheikh? Any bid for Shoaib Sheikh? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Subhash Vasu. Any bid for Subhash Vasu? Seems like no bid. Yes, 20. Black Cat. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Black Cat. Ravinder. Any bid for Ravinder? Any bid for Ravinder? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Farmanullah. Any bid for Mohammad Farmanullah? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Anshaf Jahan. Any bid for Anshaf? Any bid for Anshaf? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Mohammad Sudhir. 20 Seashore. 40 Sanskriti, 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 80 Sanskriti, 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3. Players sold to Sanskriti. Siraj, 20 Seashore, 40 Travis, 40 Seashore. Any more bids? 40 for 1. 60 B positive, 80 BT gang. 80 BT gang. Any more bids? 80 for 1. 80 for 2. 80 for 3. Players sold to BT gang for 80 points. Hussein. 20 Yami. 40 Kambo. 40 Kambo. 60 Yami. 80 Sanskriti. 80 Sanskriti. 100 Ecofresh. 120 Yami. 140 Ecofresh. 140 Ecofresh. 160 Yami. Any more bids? 180 Ecofresh. 200 Yami. 220 B positive. 240 Ecofresh. 260 Yami. 280 B positive. 300 Yami. 350 B positive. 400 Yami. 400 Yami. Any more bids? Any more bids from you B positive? 400. Yeah, 400 for 1 Yami. 450 B positive. Yes, they are back. 450 B positive. Any more bids? 500 Yami. 500 Yami. Any more bids? Any more bids? Be positive. Are you planning to bid? 500 with Yami now. Any more bid? 500 for 1, 500 for 2, and 500 for 3. Players sold to Yami for 500 points. Rajit Ravi. Any bid for Rajit Ravi? 20 points from Shan. Any more bids? Shan 40. Yami 60. Yeah. 40 Yami. 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Yami for 40 points. Adnan Chaudhary. ഇത് കമ്മിറ്റി മനഃപൂർവ്വം അതായത് ഉറങ്ങിക്കെടുക്കുന്ന ഫ്രാഞ്ചൈസികളെ ഉണർത്താനുള്ള ഒരു സെറ്റപ്പാണ്. ഇത്ര നേരം ഉറങ്ങിക്കെടുക്കുന്നത് എല്ലാവരും ഉഷാറായി. Any bid for Adnan Chaudhary? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Siacha. Any bid for Siacha? Any bid for Siacha? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Saeed Saeed. Any bid for Saeed Saeed? Any bid for Saeed Saeed? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Jesse. Any bid for Jesse? Any bid for Jesse? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sugesh Ratnavaran. Any bid for Sugesh? Any bid for 20 Ecofresh? Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Ecofresh for 20 points. Nizam PA. Any bid for Nizam? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Rashid TV. Any bid for Rashid? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Abhilash. Any bid for Abhilash? 20 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Ecofresh. Mahesh Babu. Any bid for Mahesh Babu? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Arjun. Any bid for Arjun? Any bid for Arjun? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Azad. Any bid for Azad? Any bid for Azad? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Vipin Chaco. Any bid for Vipin Chaco? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Ebin Joseph. Ebin Joseph. Any bid for Ebin Joseph? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. One second. Nias Yachu, 20, Shan, 40, Seashore. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Seashore for 40 points. Next player. Mohammad Shabir. Any bid for Mohammad Shabir? Any bid for Mohammad Shabir? No bid. Unsold. Shiva. Any bid for Shiva? 20. Hanan. Any more bids? 40. Udupi. Any bid? Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Players sold to Udupi for 40 points. Midun Mittu. 20 Shan. 20 Shan. Kannur 40. 60 Echo Fresh. 80 Marbu. 80 Marbu. 100 Echo Fresh. 120 Marbu. 140 Shan. 160 Echo Fresh. 160 Echo Fresh. 180 Travis. 200 Marbu. 200 Marbu. 220 Travis. 240 Technomedia. 240 Technomedia. Any more bids? 260 Marbu. 260 Marbu. Any more bids? 260 for 1. 260 for 2. 260 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 260 points. Akiljit. Any bid for Akiljit? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Semir. Any bid for Semir? Any bid for Semir? No bid. Player unsold. Abdul Bar. 20 Hanan, 40 Shan. Any more bids? 60 Technomedia. 80 Shan. Any more bids? 100 Bittigan. 100 Bittigan. 120 Technomedia. 140 Shan. 160 Bittigan. Any more bids? 160 for 1. 160 for 2. 160 for 3. Players sold to Bittigan for 160 points. Mohammad Ashraf, 20 points free show. Any more bids? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Seashore. Mohammad Sikit. Any bid for Mohammad Sikit? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Sukhdev Singh. Any bid for Sukhdev Singh? Seems like no. Yes, 20 points here from Technomedia. Any more bids? 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Players sold to Technomedia. Vinod. Any bid for Vinod? Any bid for Vinod? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Riaz KV. Any bid for Riaz? Any bid? No bid. Player unsold. Adnan. Any bid for Adnan? 20 Udupi. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Udupi. Hyderabad. 20 Sanskriti. 40 Kannur. 40 Kannur. 60 Sanskriti. 60 Sanskriti. 80 B positive. 100 Sanskriti. 120 Travis. 120 Travis. Any more bids? 140 B positive. 160 Shah. 160 Shah. Any more bids? 180 Black Cat. 180 Black Cat. 200 B positive. 200 B positive. Any more bids? 200 for 1. 200 for 2. 220 Black Cat. 220 Black Cat. Any more bids? Any more bits for 240? Be positive. 240. Be positive. Any more bits? 240 for 1, 240 for 2, 240 for 3. Players sold to be positive for 240 points. Sajeev, 20 points. Hanan, 40. Udupi, any more bits? 60. Bitigan, 60. Bitigan, any more bits? 80. Udupi, 80. Udupi, 100. Babu, 120. Bitigan, 120. Bitigan, any more bits? 140. Babu, 160. Shan, 162, 180 Bitigan, 180 for 1, 180 for 2, 200 Blackett, 200 any more bits? 200 for 1, 200 for 2, 200 for 3. Players over to Blackett for 200 points. Trinidad, any bid for Trinidad? Seems like no bid, unsold. Prashant, any bid for Prashant? 20 Bitigan, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Bitigan. Ismail. Any bid for Ismail? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Riaz Tuta. Any bid for Riaz Tuta? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Jason. Any bid for Jason? Any bid for Jason? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Manigandan. Any bid for Manigandan? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Sheikh Abdullah. Any bid? Sheikh Abdullah. No bid? Unsold. Pradeep John Victor. Any bid? 20. Start. 40 Sanskriti. 40 Sanskriti. 60 Shah. 80 Sanskriti. 80 Sanskriti. 100 Shah. 120 Sanskriti. 140 Babu. 160 Shah. 180 Sanskriti. Any more bids? Any more bids? 180 Sanskriti for 1. 180 for 2. 180 for 3. Players sold to Sanskriti. Ramesh. Any bid for Ramesh? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Player unsold. Aziz. Any bid for Aziz? Yes, 20. Hanan. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Hanan. We have completed 400 players, another 122 players more. 122 players more, we have finished 400 players now. Isaki Mutu. Any bid for Isaki Mutu? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Isha Chamsing, 20 points to the peak. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Forty Bitigan. Any more bids? Any more bids? 40 for 1, 60 Technologia, 80 Udupi, 100 Bitigan, 100 Bitigan, 120 B positive, 140 Udupi, 140 Udupi, 160 Bitigan. Any more bids? 160, 180, be positive. In 200, bid again. 200, bid again. Any more bids? Any more bids? 200 for one. 200, 220 rupee. 220 rupee. 240, bid again. 240, bid again. 240 for one. 240 for two. 240 for three. Player sold two, bid again for 240 points. Abdul Jalil. Any bid for Abdul Jalil? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Benfield. Any bid for Benfield? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Justin Sampson. Any bid for Justin Sampson? No bid. Unsold. Anam NJ. 20. Techno meeting. Any more bids? 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Player sold to Techno meeting. Mufar Muhammad. Any bid for Mufar Muhammad? Any bid? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Muhammad Ali. Any bid for Muhammad Ali? Any bid for Muhammad Ali? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Nizar Stylo. Any bid? 20. Yummy. Any more bids? 40. Shad. 60. Kannu. 80. Yummy. 100 Udupi. 120. Sanskriti. 140 Udupi. 160 Shad. 180 Udupi. 200 Sanskriti. 220 Udupi. 220 Udupi. Any more bids? 220 for one. 240 be positive. 260 Sanskriti. 260 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 264, 280 be positive. 300 Udupi. Any more bids? 300 for one. 300 for two. 350 be positive. 350 be positive. 400 Udupi. 400 Udupi. Any more bids? 450 be positive. 450 be positive. 500 Udupi. 500 Udupi. Any more bids? Any more bids? 500 for one. 500 for two. And 500 for three. Players sold to Udupi for 500 points. ഈ ടെക്നോമീഡിയ എടുത്തൊരു അനാമില്ല പ്ലെയർ പുള്ളി 2 തവണ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നാണ്. വേറെ ആരെങ്കിലും എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ പുള്ളിനെ? ഓ അപ്പൊ പ്രശ്നം. ഓ അതെന്താ അങ്ങനെ? 2 പ്രാവശ്യം പുള്ളി കൊള്ളാലോ. ഓക്കെ, അത് ഒരു കൺസോൾട്ട് ആയപ്പോ അടുത്ത് 2 ഫോട്ടോ ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ജയ്സൽഖാൻ കൊടുത്ത ഫോട്ടോ ആയിരുന്നു. Roshan Varghese. Any bid for Roshan? M3 20. Any more bids? Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to M3 Tigers. Shaiju Sam. Any bid for Shaiju? Any bid for Shaiju? Player unsold. Ramesh. Any bid for Ramesh? 20. Black Cat. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Black Cat. Mansoor. Any bid for Mansoor? 20. Travis. 40. MB 60. Kannur 80. Ecofresh 100. Travis 120 Udupi. 140 Travis 160. Ecofresh 180 Udupi. 200 Travis 220 Sanskriti 240 Ecofresh. 260 Travis. Any more bids? 260. Travis 280. Sanskriti 300. Be positive 350 would be. 400 Travis. Any more bids? 400 Travis. 450 would be. 500 Travis. Any more bids? Would be you going to bid for 550? Interested? 500 for one. Travis? 500 for two. 500 for three. Players sold to Travis for 500 points. Sheriff Golden. 20. 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Players sold to Yami for 20 points. ഒരു ഓപ്പണർ ബാക്കി നോക്കിയാൽ ഒരു സൈഡ് ഓപ്പണിംഗ് സെറ്റ് സുപ്രഭാത് ഷാ any bid for Supravat Shah? Seems he opens the player ആണല്ലേ seems like no bid unsold. Rashad ആ പ്ലെയറിനെ സോൾഡ് ആക്കാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഷാഫിക്ക് സെറ്റ് ആക്കിയതായിരുന്നു ഇതിപ്പോ എട്ടിന്റെ പണി കിട്ടും ഷാഫിക്കാർക്ക് ആ പ്ലെയറിനെ സോൾഡ് ആക്കാൻ സെറ്റ് ആക്കി Rashad, any bid for Rashad? Any bid? Seems like no bid unsold. Mohammed Ansif, any bid for Mohammed Ansif? Seems like no bid, player unsold. Ganesh Mane, 20 Hanan. Any more bids? Any more bids? 20 for one, 40 Technomedia. 40 Technomedia. Any more bids? Any more bids? 40 for one, 40 for two, 40 for three. Player sold to Technomedia for 40 points. Abdul Shajid. Any bids for Abdul Shajid? Seems like no bid, unsold. Sajid, 20 Shah. Any more bids? 20 for one, 20 for two, 20 for three. Player sold to Shah. Parvez, 20 Hanan. Any more bids? 40 Technomedia. 40, 60 Yummy. 60 Yummy. 80 Technomedia. 80 Technomedia. Any more bids? 80 for one, 80 for two, 80, yeah, 100 Travis. 100 Travis. Any more bids? Any more bids? 100 for one, 100 for two, 100 for three. Player sold to Travis. So to Sharad. Any bids? 20 Marbo. 40 Sanskriti. 60 Kannur. 60 Kannur. Any more bids? 80 Marbo. 100 Sanskriti. 100 Sanskriti. Any more bids? 120 Marbo. 140 Sanskriti. 140 Sanskriti. 140 for one. 140 for two. 140 for three. Player sold to Sanskriti. Rafi. Any bid for Rafi? 20 Yemi. Any more bids? 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Mohan Kumar. Any bid for Mohan Kumar? Any bid? Yes, 20 Hanan. Any more bids? 20 for one. 20 for two. 20 for three. Players sold to Hanan. Hardeep Singh, 20 Shah. Any more bids? 20 for one, 20 for two, 40 Kannur, 40 Kannur, 40 for one, 40 for two, 40 for three. Players sold to Kannur. Abdul Qadir. Any bids? No bid. 20 Udupi. Udupi 20. 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Udupi. That's a 10 വർഷം category. Cousin children, yes. 20 Travis, 40 Kannur, 60 Sanskriti, 60 Sanskriti. Any more bits? Any more bits for cousin? 80 Travis, 100 Technomedia, 120 Sanskriti, 120 Sanskriti. Any more bits? 120 Sanskriti for what? 120, 140 Travis, 160 Technomedia, 180 Sanskriti, 180 Sanskriti, 180 for 1, 180 for 2, 180 for 3. Players sold to Sanskriti for 180 points. Reggie Wainat, 20 Udupi, 40 B positive, 40 B positive, 60 Udupi, 60 Udupi, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 80 Yummy, 60 Udupi, 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 60 for 3. Players sold to Udupi for 60 points. Okay. ആർക്കെങ്കിലും പോയിന്റ് വിളിക്കാൻ താല്പര്യം സ്ട്രൈക്ക് വിളിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയത് seriously. Hanan has bid for 1,000 points. 1,400 by Technomedia. 1,500 by Hanan. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞ സാധനം എത്ര എളുപ്പമുണ്ട് നോക്കി എത്ര എളുപ്പമുണ്ട് നോക്കി സിമ്പിൾ പരിപാടിയാണ് ഇനിയുള്ള ഓപ്ഷനിലേക്ക് വരും ഉറപ്പായിട്ട് വരും ഇതിന്റെ ഓപ്ഷൻ 100 1,500 for 1 1,000 1,500 for 3 Daniel Archer sold to Hanan the highest ever 1,500 points. Fantabulous. ഇത് ഞാൻ ഇതുപോലെ ഒരിക്കലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ എത്രത്തോളം പടച്ചത് എന്തായാലും താങ്ക് യു ടെക്നോമീഡിയ ആൻഡ് ഹനാൻ സർവീസ് യെസ് നെക്സ്റ്റ് പ്ലെയർ പ്ലീസ് ജിൽ സണ്ണി 20 Kannur. Any more bits? 40 B positive. 40 B positive. 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 60 Technomedia. 60 Technomedia. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to Technomedia for 60 points. Amir Shafi. Amir Shafi. Any more bits? Unsold. Siddiq. Any bid for Siddiq? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Azhar Hadadi. Any bid for Azhar Hadadi? 20 Technomedia. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Technomedia for 20 points. Rafi PV. Rafi PV. Any bids? 20 Technomedia. Any more bids? Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Technomedia for 20 points. Abdul Majid. Any bid for Abdul Majid? Any bid for Abdul Majid? Player unsold. Mateen Fakir. 20. Travis, 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Travis. ഏതോ കിട്ടില്ല പ്ലെയർ അജ്മൽ അജ്മലിന്റെ അനിയന്മാരെന്നെ കുറെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. Hidash Ahmed. Any bid for Hidash? Seems like no bid, unsold. Mohammad Sajid. Any bid for Mohammad Sajid? Seems like no bid, unsold. Alan David. Any bid for Alan David? Any bid? Seems like no bid, unsold. Rafiq C. Any bid for Rafiq? Seems like no bid, unsold. Feroz. Any bid for Feroz? Any bid? Unsold. Imran. Any bid for Imran? Feels like no bid, unsold. Ismail. Any bid? Any bid? Unsold. Tony Archer. Tony Archer. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നിങ്ങളോട് പറ്റില്ല എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വരണം. 1200 വരൂ വരൂ 3 Tigers. 1200 points Tony Archer. 1200 points for Tony Archer. Anyone here would like to bid a bit more for Tony Archer? 1300. 1200 they bid it and you bid it. So 900 points or 100 points. 1300. So 1300 techno medium. 1300 for 1. 1300 for 2. 1300 for 3. So the Archer brothers have sealed off this DIP auction. 2800 for 2 brothers, Tony Archer and Daniel Archer. What fantabulous brothers they are. So sold to Techno Media, 1300 points. Akil. Any bid for Akil? Seems like no bid. Unsold. Sahid Hussain. 20 Hanan 40 and 3 Tigers. Udupi 60. Udupi 60, 80 B positive. 80 B positive, 100 Udupi. 100 Udupi. Any more bids? Any more bids? 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 120 and 3. 140 Udupi. Any more bids? 140 Udupi. 140 for 1, 140 for 2, 140 for 3. Player sold to Udupi for 140 points. Anfal Salim. Any bid for Anfal? Any bid? Unsold. Rahul. Any bid? No bid? Unsold. Tavamani Palraj. Any bid for Tavamani Palraj? No bid? Unsold. Abdul Shafiq. Any bid for Abdul Shafiq? 20 Kannur. Any more bids? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Players sold to Kannur. Kareem. Any bid for Kareem? Any bid for Kareem? Unsold. Muhammad Shafiq. Any bid for Muhammad Shafiq? No bid? Unsold. Sunil Vijayan. Any bid for Sunil Vijayan? Unsold. Mehboob Hussain. Any bid for Mehboob? Unsold. Nihal Hamras. ഒൻപത് മണിക്ക് ശേഷമാണ് അല്ല അത് നമ്മുടെ ചിക്കു അല്ലേ ഇതും അതേ കാറ്റഗറിയാണ് 9 മണിക്ക് ശേഷമാണ് അവൈലബിൾ ഉള്ളത് കഴിയുന്നതാണ് അപ്പൊ ഗ്രൗണ്ടിലെത്താൻ എങ്ങനെ ഒരു 10 മണിയാവും 9:30 എത്തായാലും anyone like to bid 20 eco fresh 40 Kannur 40 Kannur any more bids 60 eco fresh any more bids 60 for 1 60 for 2 60 for 3 players sold to eco fresh for 60 points Harsha 20 Kannur 40 Hanan 60 be positive 80 would be 80 would be any more bids 100 be positive 120 would be 140 Technomedia 120 140 Shan 160 would be any more bids 180 be positive 180 be positive 200 would be 200 would be any more bids 220 be positive 240 would be 240 would be 260 be positive 280 would be 280 would be 300 be positive 350 would be 350 would be okay 350 for 1 it's with you 350 for 2 350 for 3 players sold 2 would be for 350 points Said Ali any bid unsold Abdul Wahi any bid any bid yes 20 Hana any more bid any more bid 20 for 1 20 for 2 20 for 3 players sold to Hanan for 20 points Dinesh Girish any bid unsold any bid unsold we have 50 more players guys that's the end of it 50 players more അതിനുശേഷം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്കറിയില്ല ഞാൻ വീട്ടിൽ പോകും ഞാൻ കമ്മിറ്റിയായി Sahur any bid for Sahur unsold Rahul Simon any bid unsold Shihab Mohammed unsold out 20 Kannur Takala any more bids 40 be positive 60 Mahabu 60 80 be positive 1800 eco fresh 120 Shah 140 be positive 160 eco fresh 160 eco fresh okay 180 Udupi 200 be positive 220 Udupi 240 be positive 260 Udupi 280 be positive the point അതിന് മാത്രമൊന്നുമില്ല 260 be positive അല്ല 260 be positive 280 yeah 280 be positive next 300 any bid 300 rupee 300 rupee 350 ഫൈസൽ എന്താണ് എന്താണ് ഒന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ പോയിരിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ബാങ്കിൽ പോകും റെയിം എന്താണ് 350 be positive 350 be positive 350 for 1 350 for 2 350 for 3 players sold to be positive for 350 points Firoz Babu any bid for Firoz Babu Since right now bid unsold. Abdul Nizar. Any bid for Abdul Nizar? Unsold. Arfatov. 20 Hanan. 40 Petromedia. Any more bids? 40 for 1, 40 for 2, 40 for 3. Player sold to Technomedia for 40 points. Shahin Abdul Majid. Any bid? Unsold. Shafiq. Any bid for Shafiq? Unsold. Nabil. 20 Kannur, 40 M3. 60 Ecofresh. 80 Shan. 100 Ecofresh. 100 Ecofresh. 120 B positive, 140 Shan, 160 Ecofresh. 180 B positive, 200 Ecofresh. 200 Ecofresh. Any more bids? 220 B positive. 220 for 1, 220 for 2, 220 for 3. Players sold to B positive, 220 points. Aslan. Any bid? Unsold. Nizam. Any bid? 20 Technomedia. 40 Hanan. 60 Technomedia. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 80 B positive, 100 Technomedia, 100 Technomedia, 100 for 1, 100 for 2, 100 for 3. Players sold to Technomedia for 100 points. Food tasty Aslam Muhammad. Any bid? Unsold. Abi. Any bid for Abi? Unsold. Ashik. Any bid for Ashik? Unsold. Roshan. Any bid for Roshan? Unsold. Riaz. Any bid for Riaz? Unsold. Abdul Hasib. Any bid for Abdul Hasib? Unsold. Any bid for Hadim Om Kashyap? Unsold. Cyril P. Johnson. Any bid? Unsold. Abrar Muhammad. Any bid? Any bid? 20 Hanan. Any more bid? 20 for 1, 20 for 2, 20 for 3. Player sold to Hanan. Irshad Bombrana. 20 Kannur, 40 Hanan. Any more bids? 60 Udupi. Any more bids? 60 for 1, 60 for 2, 80 Shan. Shan 80. 80 for 1, 80 for 2, 80 for 3. Player sold to Shan. Bukhari 20 Mahbub. 40 Kannur Tatula. 40, 60 Ecofresh. 80 Marbu. 100 Udupi. 120 Ecofresh. 140 Marbu. 160 Ecofresh. 180 Udupi. 200 Ecofresh. 220 Udupi. 240 M3. 260 B positive. 280 M3. 300 B positive. 350 Udupi. 350 Udupi. Any more bids? Any more bids? 350 for one. 400 M3. 400 M3 for Bukhari. 400 for one. 400 for two. 400 for three. Player sold to M3 for 400 points. Nizam Nisu. 20 M3. 40 Kannur Tagada. Any more bids? 60 M3. 60 M3. Any more bids? 80 B positive. 80 B positive. 100 M3 Tigers. 100 M3 Tigers. 100 for one. 120 B positive. 120 B positive. Any more bids? 120 for one. 120 for two. 140 B M3. Any more bids? 160 B positive. 160 B positive. 180 M3. 180 M3. 200 B positive. 200 B positive. 200 B positive. 200 for one. 200 for two. 200 for three. Players sold to B positive for 200 points. Lithin Tangachan. Any bid for Lithin Tangachan? 20 B positive, 40 Hanan, 60 40 Hanan, 40 Hanan, any bids? 60 B positive, 60 for one, 60 for two, 60 for three. Player sold to B positive for 60 points. Rashid Kunil, any bid for Rashid? Unsold. Nasir, any bid? Unsold. Vijay Malik, any bid? 20 Black Cat. 20 for one, 20 for two, 20 for three. Players sold. Subin Kumar, any bid? Unsold. Shabab, 20 Kanun, any more bid? 20 for one, 20 for two, 20 for three. Players sold to Kanun. Reis, any bid? 20 and 3, 40 Hanan, 60 Marbu. Any bid? 80 and 3, 80 and 3, 80 and 3, 100 Marbu, 120 and 3, 140 Marbu, 160 and 3, 160 and 3 for 1, 160 for 2, 160 for 3. Players sold to M3. Mohammad Raza. Any bid? Unsold. Nawaz Casey. Any bid? Any bid? Unsold. Jomon George. 20. Be positive. 20 for 1. 40. Udupi. 40. Udupi. 40. Udupi. 60. Be positive. 60. Be positive. 60 for 1. 60 for 2. 60 for 3. Players sold to be positive. Riju Raju. Any bid? Unsold. Rafi P. Hamza. Any bid? Unsold. Mohammed Ashraf. Any bid? Unsold. Ramsey. Eh? പിന്നെ ആളെ പൊട്ടുന്ന എനിക്കതെങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. Unsold. Shihab. Any bid? 20 Hana. 40 Echo Fresh. 40 Echo Fresh. Any more bid? 60 Marbo. 200. Echo Fresh 200 points. Any more bids? Above 200? 220. Would it be 220 for one, 220 for two, 220 for three. Players sold to Udupi for 220 points. Abdul Aziz. Any bid? 20 Udupi, 40 Hanan, 60 Udupi, 60 for one, 60 for two, 60 for three. Players sold to Udupi. Mir Hussain. Any bid? Any bid for Mir Hussain? Unsold. 10 more players remaining. 10 more players. Mujib Muthu. Mujib Muthu. Unsold. Naushad Ali. Naushad Ali. Unsold. Shafir Sheikh. 20 Marbu. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 40 Kando Tadala. Noor 100 points. Marbu 100 points. Any more bid? 100 for 1. 100 for 2. 100 for 3. Players sold to Marbu for 100 points. Shihabuddin. Any bid? Unsold. Shafiq. Any bid? Any bid? Unsold. Shamir. 20 Hanan. 40 Kanotadara. Any more bids? 40 for 1. 40 for 2. 40 for 3. Players sold to Kanotadara. Setu Soman. Any more bid? Any more bid? 4 players more. Unsold. Mahim Jabbar. 20 Hanan. 20 for 1. 20 for 2. 20 for 3. Sold to Hanan. Rafi Express. Rafi Express. Unsold. Last player. Asif Ali Saeed. No bid. Unsold. Thank you guys. ബാലൻസ്ഡ് പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഒരു 20 പ്ലേയേഴ്സിനെ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും കമ്മിറ്റി. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ലോട്ട് ഇടുന്നതാണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ ഡിന്നർ ബ്രേക്ക് എക്സ്ക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 3.5 മണിക്കൂർ 530 പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് കേട്ടോ. കഴിഞ്ഞു.
JCBC അസൈൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് A1 A2 A3 A4 അങ്ങനെ. സോ പൂൾ ഡിസൈഡ് ആവുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ച് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി അസൈൻ ആവും. ഓക്കെ, ഇത് പിക്കോ വീലാണ്. സോ അങ്ങനെ ഈച്ച് ബൈ വൺ പോവല്ല, സിംഗിൾ ക്ലിക്കിന് ഓൾ ദ പൂൾസ് കിട്ടും. Let's go. അതാണ് നമുക്ക് കളർ വേരിയേഷൻസ് വരുന്നത്. സ്മോൾ കളർ വേരിയേഷൻസ് വരും. പക്ഷെ ഇതാണ് നമ്മൾ ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. Yes. 16 teams, 4 groups, each group having 4 teams. We will have 3 matches. Here we go. Yes. A1 100cc American Storm Backers and Eco Bike. B Marubu CC Big Positive Colosseum Road Carries. C BT Gang Technology Service T-shirt Ravens and N3 Tigers. And D Urbi Cricketers Kanur Tatwara Sanskriti CC Shandar. And this will be shared to the captain group. Thank you so much. These are the groups. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you so much.